go. I've got that microphone on. Welcome and welcome. Welcome and welcome and all welcome. Let's back that up just a little bit so you can see that a little bit better. Yeah, it looks like a really long-legged lava frog. Boy, that's gonna kill me. I think I got a frog in my throat. Oh boy, that's bad. That is bad. Anyway, hang on. I gotta have a drink of Pepsi. Those darn lava frogs get me every time. Hopefully, I'm not a lava frog. Wow. I don't know what the heck that is. The first thing that came to mind is it looked like a frog. Anyway, I'm glad to have you all on board. I'm still trying to get that Pepsi down the throat. I hope I don't cough again. Oh boy. Anyway, welcome everyone. Glad to have you all on board. And of course, I'm your host, DrFox2000. And you're watching VolcanoX live stream. And yeah, we've got an alien lava frog in the lava pond. Oh boy. It is what it is. Good to have you guys on board. And yeah, lots of people were looking at the mystery volcano. A goldfish. Yeah, it could be a lava goldfish. You might be right on that too, Linda, depending on what kind of tail is on that thing. So all good. Anyway, you were looking at that wonderful shot that I had up there of the volcano that had such a beautiful outpouring of lava and a nice shock wave around it. And of course, the only hint that I've given so far is that it is on planet Earth. And I don't want to reveal too much because if I give too much away, then you guys will start guessing in your minds really quickly, trying to figure it out. And we'll make it tough for you. No, it's not on Io. It is on Earth. I guarantee that. Although, if I showed more of that particular picture, you would definitely... Yeah, it might be related to you there, Lizoid. So, anyway, if I showed more of that picture, it would reveal it. Actually, I'm going to tease you a little bit. I will give you another shot of that. No, it's on Earth, not on Mars, Sasha. I'm going to tease you a little bit more here. So, we did have this one, right? So you can see that it is a very lavally thing. So, the problem is with all that lava, it's really hard to see any contour of the volcano itself. So I'm going to give you a little bit of a hint, and here it is without so much lava on it. And you guys can try to figure that out. I know that's being really, really mean, but this way at least you can see some contours to the volcano, and that might help you with your search through Google. I know everybody is doing that, and good luck with that, by the way, because I don't believe this would be one of them. It is a cone. Yes, Sasha, you bet. If I showed a little bit more, you might see something. Actually, in this picture, there is something just slightly revealing. And if you look very carefully at it, you can see... Well, let me get that whiteboard working. Well, let me clear that whiteboard from the lava frog. Anyway, if you look right there, you can see something. and I'm going to just, that's a hint, okay? That's a hint, so use your imaginations. Anyway, I tried to make sure that the volcano wasn't deformed. I did have to crop the image, well, it's no, well, it's a hint, is what it is. It's a hint. It's not rock, okay? Points a spec, yeah. There you, yeah. There's your hint. No, the little bump there on the screen. I'm going to say, oh, hey, Linda, you might be right. That could be what that is. I'm keeping my mouth shut, though. It's a hint, and you take it as you like. So that is a hint. That should be a big hint. That will eliminate a whole bunch of volcanoes real quick. So you know it's not in the Antarctic. Or Iceland, for that matter. So there's a couple of big hints already. Anyway, first person that was in the stream today is Lizoid. So Lizoid gets the cookie. I had to go a full screen to see what he was pointing at. Sue, I'm glad that you did that. Anyway, it was just part of that little capture, and I figured I'd throw that in there. And yeah, that is actually a very, very big hint. You know, when you think about volcanoes, and you think about the world we live in, that does eliminate a whole bunch of them very quickly. So you know it's not up there on the Kamchatka Peninsula. You know it's not in Iceland, and you know it's not in Antarctica. So there you go. You've got 3 big hints, plus the fact that I've shown you 2 different levels of eruption here. Still the same scene, still the same camera angle, but you know, at least I've revealed a whole bunch more of the features of that particular volcano. So hopefully you guys will catch on to it later. Anyway, we'll see what Lizoid can move faster with no pause on him. Yeah. Yep, when he's not being stepped on, that is always nice. There's the view of the lava on top of it. By the way, that was during a very good full moon, and I really do like the blast ring around there that you can see, and that was pretty awesome. It's a snake? No snake there. Anyway, let's say hi to everyone in here before we get too carried away with getting into other things. And hi to Sue, and of course Lizoid, and Tom, and Pepper, and Linda Schoof, and King Colin Deadman, and Sasha, and OneFish26, and let's see, JB is in house. Did I say hi to Linda? Yep. Kevin Williams also on board. And scrolling up, looking for a few more names here. Did I say Kevin Williams? Yeah, I did. I think Kevin Haynes was also here. Sarah Miles is here. Welcome. And scrolling now. So let's see. George Couteau, welcome. Glad to have you on board. And still scrolling up, looking for some other good names, more good names. Let's see. Who else we got in here? Henry Nelson, of course. We got Linda already. And let's see. Working Arliss Scott. Welcome. And I'm still scrolling up, guys, looking for more wonderful people in here. even the ones with the grapes in their fins. One fish. Anyway, so what shall we chat about? James Bong also in here for a little while. Good to have you on board. Even if you can't stay too long, it's still nice to have you here for a bit, and that always does help. And let's see, who else we got in here? We got James, we got Colin, Henry Nelson, of course, doing his thing. Henry, did you figure out what you're going to have for dinner? And let's see, still scrolling up. I'm up as far as I can get. I don't see anyone else other than, yeah, sure. Shh, Kim Rowdenbush is here. Welcome, Kim. Hides the the electronic cricket under docks, a Pepsi cooler, and creeps in the lurkers lounge. Yeah, we see you. It's okay. I've got an RF a scrambler that'll take care of that guy real fast. It's it's called the DrFox2000 Bestunken ray gun, and it takes real good care of those things. Welcome and good morning, Thor, and good to have you on board. Just pulled in for a break. Awesome, and glad that you're having a little break. And let's see where we can go from here. Anyway, big welcome to our moderators, Arizona Snowman, Piggy, who is probably not going to be here tonight. What SCP Foundation explained, welcome. Yeah, Piggy won't be here tonight as she has to go to the specialist tomorrow. So she has to get up early and travel. So she needs to make sure she is well rested and ready to go. So, but it's still on a chirp at random intervals. All right. Anyway, so Arizona Snowman, Piggy, C&D Boy, Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, and then possibly Lucas Snow and Joseph Fields, Texas, our wonderful moderators. And thank you guys for being here or not being here and helping out or in the background, wherever you might be. And of course, Piggy did send us the wonderful bacon seeds and stuff for today as well. So that is all good. And let's see, what else we got cooking? I think that's about it. Let me get this little banner off the screen here. I got multiple banners in this thing. It's hard to keep track of. We'll take a look at see what is happening there. First off, this, of course, is the West Lava Pond. There at Halemaumau Crater in Kilauea. On the big island of Hawaii, in the state of Hawaii, in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, and cooking with lava. Yeah. Don't cook with lava. That tastes bad. Truck. Okay, trucks. Trucks are always bad. Yeah, be careful, Kim. Thor drives a truck. Anyway, let's see. We'll go over to some of these other ones, and of course it's going to take a little bit for everything to reload here as I go through them, because of that slight malfunction just at the beginning of the show. And it's better to have happened just right before the show than the actual during the actual show. So we're better off. And it's rebooted, and I know why it did that. There was an update. I got it late last night, just before I went to bed, and I thought, nah, I won't bother with it for now. And it was an update for my browser, and I thought, yeah, what's it gonna do during the stream? And I totally forgot, because I did go out and do a couple jobs today. I kind of didn't have time to get at it, and I thought, okay, it was one of those things, and I thought, yeah, well, hopefully it won't do anything. But yep, got me right before the show. Anyway, this is the view from the south side of the crater of the lava pond, the southeast lava pond that is no longer. It is starting to break down somewhat, and you're starting to see bits and pieces of lava falling off of the little islands that it has created. So we'll see more of that as we see more rain coming through. Of course, still quite a bit of steam that is happening, and that is, again, because of that rain. This is the B1 camera, and of course, yeah, there you go, steam. And let's see if we refresh this. This was from, yeah, that might be just about up to date, this picture. 1350 is the time on it for the one from the, I guess that would be the western side of the crater. Anyway, this is the old lava vent, and then of course you see the smoke right beside it. That little hornito used to be over here. There's that lava pond, and then of course the southeast lava pond area in the background. Hard to see with all that steamy smoke and stuff that's going on there. Lots of fog and more rain coming down, and I guess it is what it is. Looking at the thermal, and yep, the thermal doesn't look very appetizing either. Checking down on the bottom here, we don't see anything new. We do still see a fair amount of heat in that area and some of these spots here. So I'm still wondering if we're going to see a little bit more action of the event moving eventually, or possibly starting to come back up through the primary or old lava vent that we had there. Don't see very much active lava. There's that lava frog we were talking about earlier. It is visible, and we don't see anything over in the other areas anymore, so things have cooled off quite a bit. That looks like the central area, the remnants of what was there, and not a heck of a lot else going on. So that is this picture, of course, the lava pond, and you can see the toe area in the background here also smoking, and it looks like a little bit more of that material has fallen in and kind of got a little bit of an overhang now, so we'll likely see some of that deteriorate as we get more rain, and that'll break off and fall into the hole, kind of filling up the hole a little bit. We'll see what happens in the future. Okay, let's continue on. JB is also here. Welcome, JB. And let's see where else we can go. And I think we might go over to Iceland as soon as I figure out where the heck it went now. I found it! Alright, Iceland is on the other end of my stuff now. And let's see if that'll open up in the right way. Okay, and that will. So let's go to Iceland real quick. And I'm just gonna make sure I... Ooh, hang on. Alright, we are going to change our minds real quick. Never mind Iceland. We're going to Japan. And this is an eruption happening right now at Sakurajima. You see that huge plume of ash coming out of there. That is massive. Let's see what it looks like on the distance shot. Oh, come on, commercials are great, and just what we wanted to see. We'll give it a couple of seconds here. That is a massive plume. Give me a second and we'll skip that. Let's see. Oh, of course it's coming right towards the camera, so we're not going to be able to see exactly what it looks like. And this, of course, is this is the Sakurajima Zaiho Zaiho camera, the Zaiho close-up view of the area there. Let's just back it up a little bit for a second and see when that eruption took place. About 19 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago is when that happened. There it is, and that is when it started billowing out. We should be able to kind of track it from there a little bit. Somebody better move them boats. Yeah, they are going to get some ash on them. And I'm just advancing this 5 seconds at a time so we can get up to our current time. And some of those boats are booking it out of there. You can see them. They're leaving very quickly. And yep, that is definitely huge plumes of ash coming out. And as I'm advancing 5 seconds at a time to get up to current time here, just to give us a pretty good idea of what this is doing. And sorry to change our thing from going to Iceland. I'm always into getting the immediate stuff happening and looking at it. So while the news is big and hot, so and there you can see that is just a massive plume, very large. Yeah, it looks like a big tornado. In a way, it does. It is just massive, though. Wow, something we did not expect. I mean, at the beginning of the show, I didn't see anything coming out. I had scanned through all the stuff. Mind you, I was busy rebooting and things. So, yeah, that is one heck of a massive shot coming out of this. And while this is happening like this, let's do this. We'll go to the other one here, the close-up cam, and just go back a few minutes here, about 20 minutes or so, and see when that took place. So I'm advancing it, and I'm trying to see which crater it came out of. And it looks like, well, so far we're not seeing it there. And let's see if we can tell what portion of the volcano it came out of, because we have three vents. We've got this one, the middle one, and then the far one over here. So it came out of the closer one. So that's where it started. Wow, that is pretty nasty. And yep, right towards that camera, so we won't be able to see a heck of a lot on the close-up. And that just started billowing out like crazy. So that is pretty wild, pretty awesome, and a huge eruption. So yeah, wow. I'm going to put that back to real time, and unfortunately, because it's coming right towards the camera, we couldn't see anything. And yeah, you can see this is, of course, the what they call the close-up. The other one is called the crater cam. The crater cam is got so much in there that you don't see anything. Looks like two of them are erupting. No, well, the back one was one of the back ones was giving off some stuff. What ice cream with free ash topping? Yeah, speaking of ice cream, is the ice cream boat there? No, they booked it out of there. They left. I see him over there in the water. He said, getting out of here, we don't want anything. But yeah, that is one massive plume, and you can indeed see the ash dropping here. You can see the tails on here. So there is ash being dumped onto this area. And yeah, close the windows. Make sure you put some masks on. You don't want to breathe any of that stuff in. Like I always say, what happens is with most of that tephra material that comes out, that ash, it is what we refer to as glaciated. In other words, it's a very, very fine glass particles, and basically rock melted down to a glacious state. And if you breathe it in, that embeds itself in your lungs, and there's no way to get it out. They can't get it out of your system, and you would end up, if you got too much in there, you'll end up bleeding to death within your lungs, and there's nothing they can do. So if you ever get, put wet towels to cover the cracks. Yeah, you want to do whatever you can. Hundreds of trucks, none of them finished due to parts shortage. Okay, wow, yeah. Anyway, this is something we weren't expecting to see on the show here, but I'm glad that it is happening. And of course, we see that ash cloud is very low, and you know, you take a look over here in this area, that is just getting pummeled with ash. I hope there was nobody over here. Typically you see the guys driving along, there's a road that goes through here, and I'm hoping that there was no one on that road when those plumes started coming over. And I also hope that these guys are aware of it. So, isn't this a big eruption for Sakurajima? Yes, it is a relatively big eruption. Definitely not the biggest, but it is interesting. SCP, the vent that did pop there was one that was very quiet for many years. Typically, we were only seeing most of it come out of the other two vents up in the top of that caldera, and this one had recently started again. And for it to have this much ash and material in it is amazing. It's definitely clearing its pipes. So yeah, that is just crazy. Looking at the amount of ash fall, and that I bet you there's going to be a couple of meters of ash sitting on this area after this is finished. Because that looks just horrendous, and you can literally see the droopiness of these clouds, and you know that there's heavier material in there, and just dumping it down. Some of it will even look like a tornadic activity, like this shear front here could kind of be a twister as well, and that is a pretty nasty. Yeah, it's a lot of ash coming down. Yeah, wow. Like right in here, that is just absolutely gonna choke everything to death in that area. And not only is it the ash itself, you got to remember that stuff is hot. So if you're in the area over there on that island, that will definitely give you some big problems. But it's the ash on the front side or the back side. Well, that depends on how you want to interpret that, Kim. This is from a vent that hadn't popped for a while, and from our perspective, it's on the front side. But it is what it is. I can't control it. I'm gonna kind of see if we can get our volcano map on here, and we'll do a zoom in on that area so you can kind of get a better idea for those who aren't familiar with exactly where that is. We will see if we can bring that to light a little bit there and give you a zoomed in version of where Sakurajima is actually located. And let's see, we can just step away from this for a second. Thanks, Tom, for that 2-minute warning. Anyway, I'll zoom out for a second just so you can see. There's Tokyo, okay, and of course this is Sakurajima. There's Aso, and we'll zoom back in, and this will give you a much better idea of where it is. And right here is where our ice cream boats dock. The cameras, the one camera view is from this angle, the other one is from about here, and the plume right now is coming across about here, so this area, and that is kind of what we're seeing in that area right there. So yeah, that's not good for those people. And once even it gets over here into this side, what's going to end up happening is some of those people might even have to be evacuated from here, and that is kind of what we're seeing. So yeah, this is the volcano. That plume is headed this way, and you can see what I was referring to. There's people that live over there on that portion of the island. I hope they all get out and do it quickly, because that looks rather nasty. And we'll zoom back out and kind of put it back onto the volcano. And it is a time for me to take a break. So a perspective a bit deceptive. Well, it's not really that deceptive. Wait, I want Doc careful with that pronunciation. It sounds like you said instead of yes, I said Aso. Aso. Okay. Aso-san. Kim Raudenbush. Clean your ears out. You got too many trucks there making noise. And yeah, this isn't necessarily the backside of the volcano. Anyway, you guys, I'm going to leave this on the screen. I'll throw some music back on. No, this is not Aso-san. This is Sakurajima in Japan, right across from, what is it, Kagoshima. And that blast, of course, is heading over into Kagoshima and dumping ash all over them. And nobody wants ash, especially from the backside. But anyway, I'm going to take a break. Hit that like button, you guys, if you haven't done that yet. I see there's 55 in here and only 50 likes. And there's got to be some more likes out of there. Anyway, glad to see the numbers are climbing, though. And this is live from Japan, from Kagoshima side, and what we are looking at is Sakurajima with its huge eruption. Grenzed, welcome. A big volcano cough. You bet, it certainly was. Nobody wants ash from the front or the back side. All right. Hit the like button. I'll be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. Make sure you keep your masks on. Otherwise, that bad ash will get you. I'll be back. Don't forget to, yeah, you got the hit the like button part. For those who are not subscribed, consider subscribing. And yes, I did see my bits jump up. Irish Monk. Wow, thank you very kindly for that wonderful a pack of good members there. Thank you, Irish Monk, and welcome. And that is awesome. Irish Monk. I'm just writing that down. Thank you for gifting the 5-pack. Thanks very much, Irish Monk. I appreciate that. And that's awesome. Okay, so I'll be back. Don't go away. And careful what you're breathing in. And I'll see if we can switch cameras a little bit in between here to have better looks at it. So don't go away. I'm your host, DrFox2000. And yes, that is a very active Sakurajima in Japan. Don't go away. am back. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and we are continuing our coverage of the very recent eruption there at Sakurajima in Japan, across the bay from Kagoshima. And of course, that is one massive plume of volcanic ash that is covering the area. Thank you for the welcome backs, everyone, from JB and Sue and Sasha and Kananaska's country, hanging in the lounge for a bit. Keep an eye on Kim. Yeah, you better keep an eye on him. For those just joining us, yeah, what we're looking at is the eruption that just happened a few minutes back, and I'm going to go back to the beginning of it as well. That is about 45 minutes ago. I wanted to note down the time that it started, and we'll get to it there. That happened at 8:58. I just want to get back right at the beginning of it. There, so 8:57, 48, 8:57, 40 is what I'm going to put down, because I do want to record this, and of course I'll advance it 5 seconds at a time so you can see kind of an active replay of how much ash plumed out of there, and that is a heck of a lot of ash. I'm advancing it 5 seconds at a time here, just so you can see what it was looking like. And that is pretty nasty. And wow, that is huge. There's a lot of power that was dropped out of there. And even at this early stage, you can see that lava or ash is starting to drop already. So the heavier particulates and chunks are landing out here on the island, of course, and it just kept on going and going and going, and didn't slow down for a bit there. So that is kind of what it's doing right now, or well, what it was doing. And we'll put it back on live so you can see, and there you can see where the ash is dropping now. One of the things that you'll see is usually when we have an eruption, because of the volume and the heat involved, you'll see a lot of uplift in the larger particles will be carried aloft a little bit from the wind and the velocity of the material coming out. But once it starts to cool, and once it gets out in the open a little bit, of course it drops, and you can see where it is all laying, and it's pretty wild to see that. And I was pointing out here to show what it looked like. Now it's kind of receded a little bit. If we the ice cream boat took off. If we go back just a couple of minutes on this, you can see how far out that ash front actually was pushing, and that is quite a ways across into the open water area, and that is pretty nasty. And it basically, if we advance this 5 seconds at a time, you can watch this as that plume, and you can even see plume ash over on this side starting to get right into here, into Kagoshima itself. But you can see the advancement there across the water as I'm advancing this, and that is pretty nasty. So very, very interesting to be able to observe that. And you can see the advancement there. That's quite a ways out into the bay, and that is a lot of ash that came out of there. And of course we'll put that back to live so we can see what it looks like right now. So we are seeing the wind change a little bit. It looks like it's just about heading straight for this camera location, but Kagoshima is definitely going to get a lot of that ash built up on it. Not sure, but it almost looks like we've got another bit coming out of that vent. And again, that is the vent that is on this side, the one that's been inactive since, I guess, almost 2 years from what it was. And then we had a fairly large explosive eruption from it a little while back, a couple of weeks ago. And we were able to catch some of that and show a video of that. But to see this come out, this is just a tremendous amount. So, yeah, for us volcano watchers, impressive, very, very impressive, and very dangerous. Those people that have their homes and stuff down here on this island definitely are going to have a hard time. And again, just to let everyone know what that was looking like, we can kind of go back to that map and indicate that on the map. The area, of course, you can see where the volcano is. And actually, if I could use my crayons, I can color on here. Hang on. Copy and remove, paste, and let's use this side here. So if I zoom in just a little bit here, let's see if we zoom in and move it over, just to get, well, I think I zoomed in a little too far. I want to go there. Okay, so it's this event. Actually, I want to see how close we can get, if it'll show the vent. There you can kind of see the 3 vents, but it was a vent over here on this side. There's the 3 there. And let's zoom back out and go over here, and then we'll kind of draw in where that ash plume pardon me, is gone. And that is, and I'm going to hope that I'm correct with where I'm pointing here. I may be off a bit, but let's see if we can zoom in on this and make sure we are in the right spot for our boats and stuff. Yeah, this is the ferry terminal. That is where we always see our ice cream boat. And that's kind of that area. And then when we look over here, we should be able to see the other little harbors and stuff. And that should be there. If I'm in the right spot anyway, I'm hoping. And what it does appear to be is, if I go over here and kind of draw in, most of that was heading somewhere in this area, like that. And then, of course, it also billowed out in this area here. So it would have covered that. And because of the way that wind is blowing, it's hard to say exactly where, but it's this area that is affected with the heavy ash, and that is not good. Hopefully everyone in that area is okay. I may be off with my map here. I might be twisted around a little bit, but hopefully that is kind of a reasonable depiction. And we'll zoom back out on this a little bit just to kind of look at it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've got most of that correct. So yeah, that is coming out and blowing onto Kagoshima. And hopefully, you know, nobody in this area was being hurt, and hopefully everybody in there got out. Because you're not going to breathe that stuff. That is not good for you. And it's all the way along here. There's a lot of homes in here, and if we zoom in a little bit more, small farms and stuff like that. And that's what we're seeing. And that is the area that is affected. So hopefully those people are okay. And hopefully things will be all right there. But yeah, that is just an absolutely a massive amount of material coming out. And again, I'm not 100% sure of the exact directions there, but I think I've got it right. So, Dr. Fox, how much ash versus how deep the channel? No, I don't think they're going to have to dredge anything there. That is very, very deep. The water is in that forefront is going to be fairly deep. In here, that is very deep. This, after you see it heading into the water here, this edge, it's fairly deep in here. So yeah, volcanic islands typically have a sharp drop off into the abyss, and I don't know exactly how deep. Certainly not, but I don't believe that amount of ash that we've seen there is going to make a difference in the sense of having to dredge it or not. We might have to look at some different maps to see exactly the depth of that area, but I just don't believe that it's that shallow that they will need to do any kind of dredging in any particular method or form. I'm just kind of looking at the other map here of my ocean view, and I zoomed in too close, so it's not going to tell me. And let's see if I can get to it. Yeah, they won't. USGS doesn't have that close of a view. We can show you on that map here, and there it is there. So if you're looking at it, that is a shallower area in here, but it's still considerably deep. So I don't think there's going to be that much of an issue when we're looking at the ocean floor view here in this area. You know, if it was more over on this side, there may be a concern. That does look a little shallower, but right along the edges here, it looks fairly deep, and then you can see there's a darker area here. So, and definitely along there, a very deep zone. So I'm not sure depth-wise. They don't show any depth on this particular map, even though it is an ocean view. But that is the area, and like I say, I don't think we need to panic with that just yet. What I think the main concern is people breathing this. With global warming, it will get deeper, you think? Well, I don't know. Depending on how much material comes out, I think that is going to play a big role in what happens in the future. And, you know, seeing an eruption like this is always pretty wild, though, to see the amount of material come out. Most of it, the heaviest material, of course, is going to be right down here in the forefront, you know, still on land. Once it gets out over top of the water, it's minor as far as the depth of the actual ash. You know, it's even if you get an inch or two of ash drop in there, you know, say 2 centimeters or 2 to 5 centimeters is not going to make much of a difference for the channel in there. Where the difference is going to come in is in this area. If you know, it'll be deeper than 2 to 5 centimeters. You may get in some spots closer to the crater, you may end up seeing 15, 20, 50 centimeters, maybe even a meter, depending on how much material is coming out and how long this will be prolonged. You know, so that's kind of what you need to take a look at. Birds, look out. Yep, actually those birds, they need to stay out of the ash plume. They are just as susceptible as human beings. When I talk about the don't breathe that ash, because the particles are basically molten lava, and once that molten lava has cooled off and is blasted out, and it cools off, smacks together, and creates really tiny, fine shards of glass. And when you're breathing that in, that tephra is literally broken glass, pulverized glass. When the eruption happens, it breaks a lot of that material up, and it turns it into dust. So when you take that old wine bottle and you smash it, it's the very, very finest shards that you see. And smash them a couple more times, and then you get like a silica or powder out of it almost. And it's that stuff that becomes airborne. And when you're breathing that in, that gets into your lungs, and that is not what you want. Irish Monk says, I can guarantee that the Abyss has an Irish pub. The Abyss, huh? Okay. And thank you, Tom, for that 5-minute warning. And of course, just to let you guys know, what we are looking at here was the massive eruption that happened here at Sakurajima, and that was about an hour ago. And we still see, of course, a lot of volcanic ash present in the air. And that was at 8:57:40 roughly is when it started. And that was the vent that is closest to us out of the 3 vents. And it did really, really pop. So a lot of material coming out of there. Anyway, I am going to go take another break. And after the break, we will get into our bacon seeds, but I will keep an eye on this in case that pops again. And fresh mineral dump on the fields, etc. A light dusting is okay. Yes, Granzette, a light dusting is okay, but a heavy dusting will kill off and choke off most things. So anyway, for right now, keep smiling. Hit that like button for those people who have not done that yet. Also, if you're new, sitting in the Lurkers Lounge, peeking in, please do consider subscribing, and we will have more coverage of our wonderful Sakurajima volcano there across the bay from Kagoshima, Japan, southern end of Japan. And we will, of course, when we come back, we'll have bacon seeds, and that'll keep everyone smiling. The insects are attracted to the warmth of the lava cloud, so the birds and the proves what a risk, and awards a concept of limitations. Yeah, those birds need to be very, very careful. They breathe that stuff in. They are just as susceptible. As long as you've got lungs and you're warm-blooded, you're going to take that air in, and that's not good. Anyway, break time. So don't go away. I'm going to leave it here, throw some music back on for you, and keep smiling, everyone, and hope that everyone in the area got out okay over there. And at least it's just ash coming down. It's not molten lava on top of them. That's the important part. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'll be back in 5 or 6 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. And there we go. Microphone is back on. Welcome, everyone. I'm glad to have you on board here. And of course, I'm your host, DrFox2000. You are watching VolcanoX live stream, and thank you for the welcome backs from, let's see, Mummy of Hamster says, welcome back, Uncle Doc, and thanks, JB, and Kate, and Sue, and Sasha, and Canonaska's Country, and whoever else. I'm sure that, hang on, is it Wednesday? It's singing night for Sharon Stewart. She'll be coming in there later going, I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. Maybe she'll sing one day and send me that thing. Anyway, yep, as far as the other camera, somebody mentioned there, I think it was Raymond Bensler says there's another camera that shows to the right a little more, and it's still erupting. Yes, we can pretty much tell that it is erupting. I don't really want to take it off of here right now because I don't have the other camera loaded or anything. It's just a little too much, and I hope she doesn't sound like that, Doc. Tom, me too. Seriously. Anyway, I did promise bacon seeds, but just for those people who are just popping in at about 8:57 and 40 seconds there in Japan at Sakurajima volcano. They had a massive eruption from the vent that is closest to this particular camera, and the ash plume that came out of it was just horrendous. So we will of course do some video grabbing afterwards, and we'll post that just so people can see what it's like and that kind of thing. But it is bacon seed time now. It is bacon seed time. So let's get over to our wonderful bacon seeds. And that is the last one from yesterday. And of course, our wonderful Piggy, who isn't here right now, she's sleeping hopefully. She did send us some more bacon seeds. And that is, of course, our Piggy sending them. And yep, it was a nibbling Piggy, and that one looked like he was enjoying that food. And Piggy sent us some more. So here's the first one. I think this one found the Christmas decoration box somewhere and got into it and decided to pull stuff out. Wasn't happy that Christmas was over, so pretty cool. And Ice Piggy, yep, looking a little chilly. Anyway, next bacon seed is this one, or these two. Look at how little they are. Very, very little tiny bacon seeds, and that is awesome. And we love it. And they are really, really small little babies. And yep, the runt and the little black guy, yep, charcoal and pink. Yeah, these are very close to a newborn, and they may be a day or two old. Very unsure of their feet yet, so that little black one may not be the runt, and may be from a different litter, and they were just the smaller little guys. But they don't look like they're starving or anything. They look like they're in good shape. And let's get to our next bacon seed. That is this guy. Well, this guy definitely doesn't look like he's starving. And he's got kind of a smirky look on his face. He didn't want to look up at the camera. He's kind of pouty there. He says, no, I'm not going to look. And so, what, tail not yet sprung? No, not yet. They will. and that'll be grumpy. Yeah, it is. It's nice to see the wonderful bacon seeds. Anyway, next one is this little guy, and minipigworld.com. Blue eyes and a smile. How can you not love that? And how could you put something like that in your frying pan? I'm so full. Okay, so full of what, Linda? Hope I wasn't bacon. Anyway, take a look at that picture, and you know that you can't have bacon anymore when you see that little guy. And that is awesome. And let's get to the next one. Piggy is full. Yep. Yep. Oh, okay. The piggy was full. Yeah, that could be it too. And let's get to our next wonderful bacon seed. And yep, for afterwards, you got to have a drink of coffee. This one was all pink till he started sipping that coffee, and then he ended up with black spots on him somehow, some way. Not sure how that worked, but yeah, he was pink before, so drink coffee, you get black spots. Anyway, being silly. Next one, and camouflage. Yep, gotta hide somewhere. And oh yeah, scratch my belly. Oh, talk about a sappy looking a bacon seed. You gotta love it, you guys. That is, you know, when you see that, it's just the smile. Yeah, scritches, and definitely wonderful to see that. You know, just really enjoying that that interaction there. V cute, yep. And we've got one more bacon seed to go, and let's see what we've got here. And that is this little guy, and definitely not malnourished either. And that's a lap pig, and that for lap pig, he's doing all right. He's got a little smile on his face too. And that is it for our bacon seeds for today. So very, very awesome to see, and really cute. I'm going to leave him there for a second. I want to check on something, and I just want to have a look and see if, yeah, looking at, yeah, my camera source supply here does not have the other angle that you were talking about earlier there. Unfortunately, it must be a different place, and we'll have to take a look into it and see if we can get permission to perhaps show that one. But that's the thing with it. Some of them get a little uptight if you got the wrong ones. Yes, it's Mystery Volcano time. And this is where I'm going to have everyone kind of wondering. And, you know, where is our mystery volcano? Let's get the pictures on there. So I showed two pictures. The one that I used was this one here. And of course, in this particular one, it is a full eruption. You can see the lava coming down the hill from the peak of the volcano. And of course, you can see kind of a ring cloud around it. And that is the blast ring that popped out when this thing blew. So, and it kind of just hung there, which was really, really awesome. And I did show two pictures of this to give you a little bit more of an idea, because I know lava covered, it's pretty hard to tell. But this one is without, this was at a different eruption, at different time. And thanks, Tom, for the 5-minute warning. So yeah, we got 5 minutes to guess it. All right. Who's in there? Who's gonna guess? And that is no, it is not Fuego. And I knew people were going to say that. It is also not Popocatépetl. It's too pointy for Popocatépetl. It looks like a Fuego. Excuse the spelling. No, it is not a Fuego. It is Fuego is actually pointier than this one. And no, it is not Merapi. It's not Stromboli. And it's not Villarica. All right, Colima. No, not Colima. And not Etna. So you guys are doing well. No, it's not Semeru. And it's not Mount St. Helens. Thanks for the seeds, Piggy. Yes, absolutely. And no, you can't generalize. You got to be specific with a volcano. But I'm going to give you the hint of no, it is not in the Azores. Okay. I couldn't see the clue, but I guess no, Nagahara, Nagahero. No, it is not. And the clues, yeah, it's on planet Earth. Was one of the clues. Another clue was, what was it? It's not in Iceland. It's not in Kamchatka Peninsula, and it is not in the Antarctic. And the clue, of course, was the little tree atop that you could see over here, if I can get my whiteboard working. And right there you can see just a tiny little tip of a tree. And no, it is not La Palma, and not a White Isle volcano. And I don't want to have to keep going here, but we're down to about 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes at that. No, it's too tall to be tall. Oh, I like me punny. Oh, way too tall to be a tall. Oh, that's okay. We'll keep going, and so far nobody's guessed it, and let's look at this this way. Nobody's been within 1,000 kilometers of it yet. How about that? Well, maybe 1,000, maybe 700. No, yeah, we're pretty much. Is it active? Oh yeah. There you go. You have another hint. It is an active volcano, and when we refer, no, it is not volcano. And what? Red out? No, I have no idea which one that is. Oh mummy of hamsters. It's no. A Fuego's been guessed already. Kamchatka. No, Kamchatka is a peninsula. That doesn't count. And you're thinking of Chikaratsky or no, hang on, Karimsky. And no, it is not Karimsky. And no, it's not Vesuvius, and no, Vesuvius is not there. If it's not a Taal, it is a short. No, it's too tall for being Taal. Way much taller than Taal. What? Shivelish? No, it's not Shivelish either. Kevin Williams. Is it in? No. You can't ask things like that. Cannon ask his country. Nice try, though. Nice try. And let's see. What kind of hint should I give you guys? I'm gonna take a look here. Let's see. And what kind of a hint? I'm going to go to my volcano map and see if I can come up with a reasonable hint. A reasonable hint, and that will help you out. And let's see. Boy. I don't know. What can I use as a hint? Okay, I'm looking at my earthquake map for a second, and I want to see what we can use as a hint. Let's. Okay, I'm gonna give you a really easy hint. No, it's not via Rica. Because people are going to ask, is it which hemisphere is it in? There you go. I see it's already being asked. And well, basically, I'm going to give you a bunch of hints now because it is break time. So, no, Sarah, I already mentioned that. There's a tree in there. There's no trees in the Antarctic, and no trees on those other places. You don't see anything in Iceland either for trees and that kind of thing. So, okay, let me give you a hint because somebody had asked, and it was actually Gary, 24/7 Live. He said skies. He asked what hemisphere, and well, that is a very good question, Gary. It's a JB. JB, congratulations, JB. You got it. And that is what it is. It's Reventator. And I was about to tell you, it's really hard to tell you which hemisphere it is in because technically it is almost right on the line. And it is so close. Technically, it's in the northern hemisphere, but only by a few kilometers. And so, congratulations, JB. JB gets the cookies, or cookie stack. So, there you go, JB. Congratulations. And that means I have to find a new volcano for tomorrow. And that is pretty awesome. And I wonder what hint did it finally click in on, JB, and I thought that was it was pretty awesome. And of course the hemisphere one, the question for the hemisphere was tough. And isn't it in Ecuador then? Yes, it is in Ecuador, and it is darn near on the equator. So I was a little reluctant with that question, and yeah, it's actually just a little bit on the north side of the actual equator, and so it was kind of a tricky one there, and I'm happy that somebody got it. Anyway, this wonderful picture is actually from a short video. And I will see if I can bring that video up, but I'm not going to do it right now because I'm going to go on a break. It was the active volcano hint. Okay, yeah, because that is basically it. It is an active volcano, and I tried because yesterday I used our other one there from Ruapehu. And Ruapehu is a yellow, and so it's not doing a heck of a lot, but I figured I'd throw one in just to mess up the things a little bit. And yeah, this one is definitely active. This picture, I believe, was from 2019, and I will see if I can, before the end of the show, or might even have to wait till tomorrow. I did hide it, so what? I didn't get that pun at all. Old Nick, Oh, that's too bad. Oh, it it is actually, Reventator is 11,686 feet, or 3,562 meters tall. So it is a fairly tall, and what shares the cookies with everyone who participated. Anyway, congratulations, and it is break time. So we're going to cut a few things out today because I don't want the show going that long. And we weren't expecting to have an eruption, of course, over there in Japan. We see that it is still erupting and still pluming out. You can see right in this area here that there is a continued activity. And if we take a look at the other views here real quick, I want to see if we see anything on the close-up crater cam. And yeah, you can see it's very, very smoky in there. And it's mostly over here on this side. That's the vent that's popped right in here. And that is kind of what it is. And this is another ice cream boat coming back in. One just left and one's coming. Or hang on, is the other one coming as well? I think they're both coming. No, that one might be leaving. This one's coming in. But that's what it is there. I'm going to leave it on here just in case it pops again. And I am going to go take that break. And then I will see what we can go through real quick. I do want to cover Iceland. I also do want to talk about Etna. Had something happen there earlier today. And we have a little video of possible, I thought it was an earthquake at first, and a possible activity that may have shaken something loose on the southeast crater. Yvonne did leave a message for me while I was out at work there. She did leave it in the stream, the other stream, saying that she's going to look into it, and she's waiting for word on what's going on at Mount Etna. But for right now, I'm going to go take that break. So keep smiling, everyone. Be good, and try not to breathe any of that bad gassy stuff in. That tephra is not good for your lungs. Hit that like button if you haven't done so already. Also, if you have not subscribed, do consider subscribing. That would really, really be awesome. And I'll be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. Don't go away. Thank you. And there we go. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. And of course, on the screen right now, you have a Sakurajima in Japan. And it had a major eruption there at 8:57:40 their time in Japan. And of course, we are seeing still some continued off-gassing and some ash fall is still happening there on the mountain. So that is what we're seeing. Anyway, thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Oh Mummy of Hamsters and Sasha and JB and Canonesca's Country and Grandma B and Colin. Welcome, Colin, and hi to Dan. All right, glad to have everyone here. And awesome. And there's Sharon Stewart saying, I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. There we go. That's hard on my throat. I shouldn't do that. Anyway, let's get over to Iceland because we've totally neglected Iceland. And we're going to get over there and do our thing. So let's see what we've got going on. We also want to get over to Mount Etna yet. So that's something we want to have a look at too. Let's see. I was singing. Really? Okay, really. Yeah. Did you sing I Hear You, Dr. Fox 2000? And record it? You got to record that. We need that. Anyway, let's get over and take a look and see what Iceland looked like today. It wasn't a bad day there at the in the capital city. And there you can kind of see some sunshine. And the clouds weren't that bad. Some off in the mountains. Not so much snow in the background there anymore. No snow down here on the lawn area there of our wonderful Perlin Center there in Reykjavik, Iceland. Let's go, we'll put this one back on live and make it small, go to the other one. This is the shot of the regional airport, and the area we were just looking at is off on the right hand side, so this kind of gives us a little more coverage. And let's go back about 10 hours or so we can see what it looked like. And there you can see the lawns of the Perlin Center, and of course the regional airport. You can actually see an aircraft taxiing right there, and not sure where they're off to. And that'll be cool. And yep, not bad looking there for the day. Let's put that one back on live, and we'll make that smaller so we save some horsepower. Next shot, that is Katla. That's hard to see though in this shot, but we can probably see it here if we go back in time. Well, we can almost see it, and we see the edges of it. Katla is kind of still hiding in the clouds back there. But as you can see, a lot of that snow in the foreground of these closer mountains here have definitely melted because of the rain and stuff. But a beautiful day there, and looking out, you can see a little bit more than usual. And of course, they did still have some weather move in, and that makes visibility a little bit tougher at times. And let's see if we can, yeah, you can almost see the top of Katla there in that shot. So that is pretty good. We do see a little bit of it, but not as much as we'd like. That cloud layer just happens to sit very close. Anyway, going to put that one back on live. Let's go over to the harmonic tremor chart. Gonna have to refresh that one. It's already getting old and stale. It's after midnight there by far. And there we go. We see for our Fraggerfeld area, that's where Ragnar and Siggy Fisher are. Downward trend, darn it. But we do see a bunch of little spikes in here, so there is some traffic down underneath. And that usually tells us that we've got something happening in the area. Very interesting to see that. Let's slide up to Astia and see what Astia is looking like. Oop, I think I passed it. There we go. And Astia, remember it was on an upward trend yesterday. Well, it dropped back down, but we do see a couple of larger spikes, and the line is awful thin, so a little bit less activity going on there deep in the bowels underneath it. And remember what I said, don't hold your breath. Everybody's always going, Askia's going to erupt, Askia's going to erupt. Well, yeah, it's going to eventually, but I do want to caution people. It's done this to us before. We've had massive uplift, and then all of a sudden, nothing. You know, I'm over a year already, a year and a half almost, since we have seen big uplift and no eruption. And we, you know, of course, we listen to the experts saying there's 10 cubic kilometers of magma sitting underneath Askia, and I don't know. I'm not saying that they're wrong. I'm also not going to say they're right. Volcanoes are unpredictable. That's what I'm going to say. And call the volcano a seer. Yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is, and it can happen. It may not happen. It may happen. It's one of those things. Mother Nature is very unpredictable. You know, the big thing, especially right where that is, very close to the plate boundaries. All it takes is a little bit of it spreading apart. Like if you've got a magma chamber that's building up pressure, and that is basically a sealed pot. Well, you take the lid off just a little bit, or you make that pot a couple inches bigger, and all of a sudden that pressure level goes way down, and what it can erupt in 2 years. Yeah, it could. It can erupt in 10 years from now, or it could erupt tomorrow morning, Sasha. It's unreal. But anyway, the analogy is basically that steam cooker, right? And it can happen. Anyway, the other one that I want to look at is, let's take a look and see what Krivik is looking like. So I'm going to scroll way down here and take a look and see, where's Krivik? No, we're still in the H's, and we need K's. And there's Krivik, and that is kind of the same magma pile that's underneath our wonderful Fregenal Fjell area, but kind of, yeah, it dropped down too. It doesn't show as many spikes in there, so very cool, very interesting, but not giving us anything. Oh, hey, look, the Grindavik chart is kind of working. We've got signals from Grindavik. Somebody finally went over there and kicked it. I'm happy. Now, if we can only see this being sustained, and we'll see what happens. It looks like this spike here, that looks like somebody kicked it. Alex France probably finally got out there and give it a good kick with his socks. So, Yona kicked it. There you go. Maybe it was Yona. Anyway, I love it. I didn't even realize that, so that is awesome, and happy to see that sensor working again, and hopefully we will get more out of it in the future. Anyway, let's pop over to the earthquakes real quick. I'm not going to call out every earthquake this time because we want to keep the show a little bit shorter. Gonna get a few of them here that matter to us. We do see 3 out here on the in the water, 1.3, 5.9 clicks down, that kind of thing, 1.0, and that is actually not that far down. and that is 879 meters, but not doing anything. That's our international airport. That's not the one that we were looking at. The airport that we've seen in is right here, so it gives you a little better idea, and that's kind of what we were seeing there. Or does it show the Perlin Center here? There it is. There's your Perlin Center right there. That's what we were looking at from there this way, and then the other shot was, I think, over here this direction. So gives you a better idea. Anyway, we do, this is of course our Frigga system, and we don't see anything happening. There's Ragnar and the Siggy Fisher, but nothing in there. We do see over here in the lake 1.87, 5.5 kilometers down from 1147. I'm not going to worry too much about the other ones. They're smaller. We do still see continued activity here. Very interesting. A bunch of very small quakes. Nothing that I'm going to write home about. Here at Katla, we do have one quake. It's a 1.94 from 14.9 kilometers down. That is really deep, and that is from 4:56 this morning. And all right, I have to do this. Eyjafjall la Jökull. Eyjafjallajökull. If I said it, yokel. Eyjafjallajökull. There we go. I had to do that, you guys. Otherwise, if I don't do that, I'm never going to pronounce it again. 151, brand new quake. 0.3, 1.1 kilometers down. Yeah, no, if you yokel, yodel. Now you got me all messed up. Ah, darn it, don't do that. Yeah, Eyjafjallajökull. Eyjafjallajökull. There we go. Grimsbotn, nothing. Bardabunga, nothing. We have this guy, 0.3, 16.9 kilometers down right there. Makes you wonder. Anyway, Askja, the one that everybody talks about blowing up, has a few there. 5 kilometers down for that. 1.34 from 1047. Then we've got 4.47, 4.9 kilometers down, 1610. 0.32, and again, these are all around that 5 kilometer mark. 0.32, 5.1 clicks down. This 2, this is a little shallower, and that is 2.4 kilometers down, but it's only a 0.2, so who knows? And we'll see what happens. This one here, 3.8 kilometers down, 2023 for that. And we see more quakes, a lot more quakes there around our, thanks Tom, around Herdebreit, but we're not going to worry about them. Most of them are between, well, biggest one here is, I think, this one, 1.73, 7 kilometers down. You guys are always welcome to go have a look at the map yourself. And the biggest one of the day is this 2.76, 18.5 kilometers down. And that is a brand new one from 121 on the 2nd in the future for me. And the other ones are all smaller. This, of course, is Grimsey up here. So Earthquake 3, if you want to bring up the link for this particular map, and you are welcome to have a look. I'm going to go take a break. I need to, otherwise my voice is going to blow out. For those good people who are here, though, if you have not yet hit that like button, please do help us out. Give the like button a quick bop. Also, if you're not subscribed as of yet, consider subscribing. That would really be nice if you feel we've earned it. And when we come back from the break, we will go over to take a look at what's going on with Etna. We'll take a look at what happened at Oh, I had the time written down on that. Darn it, where'd I put it? At 17:53:52. There. That's roughly. And hey, speaking of Yvonne Kunkel, there she is. Yvonne, before I go on my break, any news on Mount Etna? When I come back from the break, we want to talk about it because of that weird activity at 17:53:52. And hopefully there's something there. Anyway, I'm going to go take that break, you guys. I keep smiling, and don't go away. I'm going to put you, let's see what's still happening there. We are still seeing quite a bit of output from there. I've just woke up. Oh, come on. Didn't you dream in your sleep about Mount Etna? Thank you, Yvonne. No worries. And we'll see you later. I'm going to take that break. Don't go away. And I'll leave you on Sakurajima because it might pop again. And we'll show that when we come back from the break. And I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Keep smiling. I'll be back. got the microphone back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you all on board. And yeah, I'm. Thank you for the welcome backs. I was just watching one of our bunnies there, and I'm not too happy with the way that bunny was moving. I think it might be hurt really badly. It wasn't hopping very well. I don't know. I hope it's okay. Anyway, welcome Don Arnold. See you there, and thank you for the welcome backs from Yvonne and JB and Sue and Cananesca's Country and Mona and yeah, poor bunny. Yeah, I want to keep an eye on it, and is he or she is eating, so that is all right. That's a good thing. Made it over to the food. And thank you, Sharon Stewart, saying, I hear you, DrFox2000. Getting old and cold, maybe? No, these are relatively young bunnies. 2 years, maybe 3 at the most, depending on which one that actually is. That might be LB, and if that's LB, that's 3 years old. That's not that old for a bunny. They'll live up to 10 to 12 years in the wild. So, mind you, a typical lifespan of these rabbits are only about 1 year because of predators and so on. The magpies, they are not knowing what to do since their nest fell out of the tree. They've built nests elsewhere now, so that's kind of where we're at. Anyway, let's just recap what's happened there at Sakurajima. And if we go back in time here a little bit and kind of recap the very large eruption that took place, that would be somewhere around here. It came in at 8:57:40 their time. This is how it did start, and I will just let it roll through here, advancing at 5 seconds at a time. You can see that it was a massive plume that popped out of there, and I do want to be able to re-record this later, and I will post this separately. That is one massive ash plume. And of course, if we continue pushing it forward, it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. So, own a farm and learn to understand a death or write a poem, Dr. Fox. Yeah, definitely. I know. It is one of those things. It's happened, Irish monk, and I hate to say it, but last year in late April, it was fairly warm here, and I had my window open, and I woke up at about 5 in the morning, and about 3 minutes after I woke up, I heard something, a coyote attack one of the rabbits. And it sounded like the rabbit got away, and about a minute later, it did sound like the coyote finally got it, and I know which one it was. It was my BB, and kind of had to live with that. So we know what it's all about, life and death, unfortunately. Anyway, this is the massive plume that persisted here, so you can see that is what we had, and of course it has subsided, and rabbits cry. Unfortunately, I didn't hear a cry from BB. I think the coyotes definitely got her too quick. There was no cry. So it happens. It happens. I've heard a rabbit cry before, Sasha. and that's not a pleasant sound. And you know for sure it's a death for most of them. And actually, Lumpy, when Lumpy got attacked, Lumpy cried and screamed, and luckily I got out there I got out there a little too late, but when you know, the coyote did run off without Lumpy, and I went to go get Lumpy. When I picked Lumpy up, Lumpy did scream again, and as soon as I petted Lumpy, though, Lumpy, I think, understood that I wasn't trying to hurt it, so Lumpy stopped screaming, which is really good. And the coyote didn't take off. That was the sad part. The coyote was thinking, oh, he's going to have a dinner, but no, I didn't let that happen, unfortunately. Dr. Fox, all people in cities never hear a rabbit cry. Yeah, a lot of people don't. I have, and I know what it is, and I don't particularly like it. It is what it is. But it is a part of Mother Nature. Anyway, let's carry on. I did want to go over to Italy real quick, so let's do that for a second. And since Yvonne didn't hear anything, we will talk about this a little bit, and just see if we notice anything. Went back to 1627. One of the things I did want to mention is we do have a fair amount of smoke coming out of it at that point in time. Even earlier, well, actually, let's see, if we go back a little bit earlier, it wasn't as bad. We did see it here. Most people never hear a monk cry, even if it was if what huge was Astya. Okay, anyway, this is at about 1552, but after that we have seen a definite increase in smoke output, and you can see that up here, and it definitely looks like a lot more stuff coming out. The clouds didn't do us any favor when we were trying to watch this, and of course the report was Yvonne's drooling. It was at 1753, so let's go ahead another hour or so here. Anyway, you see the extra smoke coming out of the top vent, and I believe this would have been out in the backside here as well. We couldn't see much on the other views, unfortunately. So 1657, and then if we get to that is what 10 and a half, so 9 hours and 22 minutes is roughly about where I want to be. That should be somewhere around here, and well, actually a little bit earlier. And we want to see, it was looking very, very weird, even just a tad bit earlier. So somewhere around here. From the thing was, the camera wasn't shaking earlier, and this is what is really weird. Seeing the camera shake, I thought there was an earthquake happening there, and to me that's what it looked like. That they were having some kind of tremors. I did check the earthquake maps. I did not see any, and that made me really wonder. And what was it? Raymond had mentioned at 1753-52, so that should be coming up here. He said there was something happening there, and it looked like there might have been a little bit of an eruption or something popping out. So not sure. And you see the camera did stabilize again. It wasn't shaking beforehand, and it wasn't shaking after. So I'm thinking that there was something that did happen there, that there may have been some tremor in the area, and there you can see it a little bit again, a little bit of a shake. But you know, if you watch 10 minutes later or 10 minutes earlier, there was no movement of the camera, and that camera is pretty solid. So some boiling maybe. Yeah, something is happening there, and it really does make a guy wonder what is possibly going on there. So there you see a little bit more of that shake, and I'm wondering if there were indeed a few little tremors happening there in Sicily. And I did look at the map at the time. I didn't see anything, so I was kind of wondering what might have happened there. So not sure what's going on. Anyway, that is just something we wanted to report. But we do see the extra smoke coming out, and I don't know if it's just because it's cold or we definitely have something else going on. Maybe the wind shaking. Cannon asks us, I just explained. 10 minutes before there was no shaking, 10 minutes after there was no shaking. If the wind all of a sudden came up with gusts, it doesn't make much sense all of a sudden. We do know it's windy because you can see that plume is not heading upward. That plume is heading over. So we do have a crosswind in here. But as far as anything else is going on, wow, Irish monk, Dr. Fox will put up with me. Oh, you're a nice guy, Irish monk. Of course we'll put up with you. You're a decent man, or a monk, a decent monk. That's what we'll say. Thank you very kindly for that wonderful 20-pound super chat. That's awesome, and thank you for your support. And also a big thanks for those 5 memberships that you gifted earlier. That is really nice of you. And anyway, yeah, we need to keep going here. Looking at what we do see, maybe Yvonne's going to be happy and that her Etna is finally waking up. I hope it is, and hopefully we will see some volcanic action. That's what I want to see anyway. Let's talk about the other one for a second. And, well, hang on. Let's go here. I had to reboot, so I don't know if we see anything in the charts here. And I really don't. I think it was this spike in here is what I'm seeing. That was right around that time. And we see a very small spike here, but taking a look at what we see, we're not very high up as far as activity levels. Well below the line. And you can see right there where, it's basically dropped off. We had the occasional quake and stuff, but it's sitting really, really low. So, kind of hard to, say, hey, it's going to pop, it's going to do something, looking at what we've got there. Grandma B gifted 1 membership as well. Thank you, Grandma B. Grandma B. Thank you very kindly. I gifted 1. And Sophie got that one. Congratulations, Sophie. And that was awesome. Anyway, looking at the charts, yeah, I'm not sure what the heck it is doing. Let me see if we can see what's going on. If she decides to go again, I would be more than happy. I'm sure you would be. I would be too, Yvonne, definitely. And let's go to the other screen view here. This is, of course, a Stromboli, and we see very little from the plume up here right now, but on occasion we do see it popping up. We do still see that little bit of a lava pond right there that we seen from yesterday. it's still there, still active, and then of course we can see some venting here in this thermal cam. So interesting to see, and very little right there right now. But we do have a report, and where did I load that up? Right there. And let's take a look. Oh, we got to go back to the other one here, and well, I get rid of that. So lots of stuff. So Stromboli volcano, okay, from Aeolian Island, Italy. A lava flow stopped stopped to be active. So yeah, from that, this was on the 28th, and that lava flow has seemed to have stopped. And as it says, the short-term lava flow began to diminish rapidly over the past 24 hours and is currently in the phase of crystallization, cooling phase, although some areas still remain hot. And that's what we were looking at just a second or two ago on that thermal cam. This might be caused by the accumulation of lava material. So yep, could be a puddle or a pond that was there. Anyway, let's see. The volcanic tremor started to fluctuate between medium-high and values. Medium-high values after about 1700 local time yesterday, but later on decreased to an average medium-low values. And yeah, that's kind of what we've got happening there at Stromboli. We'll turn that one off. That, of course, is Etna. I'm going to put that back on, back to live. And let's shoot through our other volcanoes really quickly. This one, of course, is... let me get onto it. I'm searching for where the heck it is. Merapi, and Merapi is not going to make us happy. It was in the clouds all night long, or pretty much. So again, they still have a stormy activity there, and really nothing to report on Merapi. So we'll leave that on live and go back to our next one here. This, of course, was our Ruapehu, the mystery volcano from the other day, and the one that stumped everybody. And of course, some very cloudy stuff at 1:40 in the afternoon. We do see a couple little clouds there, but yeah, it is pretty awesome to see that. And that is kind of what we've got going on there. Earlier it looked a little better with some blue in the sky at 11 a.m. But no close-ups, unfortunately. They must have been busy, so I'm not going to worry about that. Let's take a look at our next chart. Going to refresh this real quick, and that is refreshed. All right, so let's take a look from what we've seen. We know that we had that quake in there, and since then it has been very, very quiet. So Taupo, very quiet, and that is not too far away from Ruapehu in New Zealand. Quick peek, and we'll see what it looks like there. And that is the present view of Taupo. Taupo, of course, the caldera is the lake, and the central portion of it is out here somewhere just a little bit beyond that spit going out, so well out there on the other side of it. Mount Ruapehu is in the background behind there, underneath those clouds, so that's where that is. And that puts us, good evening, everyone. I can't keep my eyes open. Oh, good night, everyone. All right, no problem, Raymond. All the best to you, and have a good evening, and rest well. And let's get over to our next set of volcanoes real quick before my break. And that, of course, is Popocatépetl. And Popo has been puffing all night long, all day long. And I tried to get a video working of Popo, and then I realized that it was I used because I had to break it into two segments accidentally because I was in a hurry to get out. The two segments I tried to paste together were the same ones, so my time lapse didn't work. It happens sometimes when you're in a hurry, oversight. But hang on, I want to see something here. I seen something in the clouds that was a little bit weirdish. Let's see if it'll show up again. It almost looked like a twister. It was like a straight down stick on the left hand side. I'm gonna have to take a look through here and see if I can find it. If they did have a twister in there, that would be pretty awesome. And let's see, was it here? On the left hand side. No, I don't think this is it. No. I'm going to have to scan through that again and take a look if I can find it, but it almost looked like there was a twister in about here. So we'll take a look for that later. Anyway, present condition, Popocatépetl is continuing to look like it's ready to pop. So that is very important to know. And Yvonne says, okay, have a great, I have to get ready for work now. Thanks for another great stream. Dr. Fox, mods, lavaliers, and lava family. Have a great day/night, everyone, and enjoy the rest of the show. Yvonne, take care of yourself, and yeah, please let us know if you hear anything on Mount Etna. And we'll see you later. Thank you, and take care. Quick peek at what we've got going on at our next one here. And that is, of course, it's hiding in the clouds. That is a Fuego, and not a heck of a lot going on with it. It's definitely, that's from earlier this morning, 11:31. And we go back a little bit more, we can see that we did have a fairly good size eruption coming out of here earlier. And but again, it was nothing super to worry about. This was one of them, and you know, it's Fuego. It has the what do we call them? Strombolian eruptions. So very cool. Anyway, we'll leave Fuego be. That's its conditions right now. Very cloudy up there. Quick peek at what we see from Masaya, and that is in Nicaragua south, and there Fuego, of course, in Guatemala, Fuego, and Masaya in Nicaragua further south. Let's take a look at this one here, though, real quick. Cerro Machin, volcano in Colombia. Elevated surface temperatures, and yep, the temperature has gone up, and that usually indicates that we've got something happening. And that looks like a pretty neat looking caldera up there. I like that. Anyway, that is what the picture looks like, and we will take a look. There's they're measuring the temperatures. We got 95 C, 90 C there. The top ground here, 70 C, and that's in Celsius, so that's a very hot temperature for your ground. And that'll end up cooking out some of the plants when you have the temperatures that high in temperature. You know, like the ground that high in temperature. I mean, 95 degrees Celsius. That is just about 200 degrees Fahrenheit. So that gives you a pretty good idea. That is very warm there. And I bet you he had hot boots. Yeah. And let's see. And of course, there it shows where it is. Matching a volcano satellite image. And you can see where it is located there. in Colombia. So pretty awesome, pretty cool. And that's back to the volcano. That looks wild. Kind of looks like a buildup inside the caldera that used to be. So interesting. Anyway, it is a break time for me. After the break, we will go do earthquakes, and we'll get to our earthquake map, and we'll go through them very quickly today, because I do want to keep the stream shorter. And by the way, when you want to know where, let's see if we can find it on here. Yeah, I do believe it's right there, is where our mystery volcano of the day is. And I think that's where Reventador is. It doesn't show us on this map, but the equator is just about right here. So Quito is very close, and I think it is just on the northern side, but very, very close. Anyway, we'll leave that be. We'll go take a look at the earthquakes when we come back from the break. And I will take a look and see where we can put you right now here. See what's happening there. Well, we're starting to get some real heavy white smoke out of this area here now. I think maybe we'll leave it on just in case it pops again. And for those who don't know, Sakurajima did have a very large eruption at 8:57:40 their time. So that is almost 3 hours ago. And we did watch most of it. So pretty cool. Anyway, I'm your host, DrFox2000. If you have not yet hit that like button, please do give it a quick bop. I see we were at 84 likes on my screen. And for those who need to know, I've got 3 bunnies there in Bunnyland eating right now. And that is really awesome. So 3 bunnies is unusual, but we've got all 3 there. So keep smiling, be happy. Bunnies are happy. And I'm going to go take a break. Don't go away. I'll be back in 5 or 6 minutes. And there we go. Microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and of course, you're watching VolcanoX, a live stream. Hard to see to type on the phone. Grandma B, I agree with you. It is hard. I have a hard time when I'm working on those little apps that I have to deal with when I'm out working. Anyway, thank you for the welcome backs from Mona and Sue and Kananaskis Country, and I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000 from Sharon Stewart. I still want to hear that singing. Anyway, that is all good. And again, we've got 3 bunnies eating, and they are being a little bit shy, and I don't know why they're being shy. They're spooking each other a little bit. So, righto. All right, righto. Thank you, Grandma B. And I use the phone every night. Oh, wow. Sue, that is awesome. Anyway, let's leave that on for a second. And speaking of Sue and the phone, we do want to go over and do our report for today. I'll try to get through that as quick as we can. Today's list, okay, late Tuesday's activity. Sabancaya in Peru, unable to detect from 2015, which is okay. Stromboli over on Aeolian Island in Italy. New lava flow started to emerge from the North Crater about 6 a.m. local time yesterday, reported at 2100, but we know that has since calmed down. And Cotopaxi, that is from Ecuador, a new volcanic ash emission to 22,000 feet, 6,700 meters, reported at 2100, and again, this is yesterday's late report. Nevado del Ruiz in Colombia, a new volcanic ash emission to 22,000 feet, 6,700 meters, reported at 2100. And Suwanoshi-jima in Japan exploded to 6,000 feet or 1,800 meters, reported at 2315. Now for today, we have 10 in total, and we'll try to go through these quickly. Shivelish up on the Kamchatka Peninsula, possible eruption observed at 1,300 or 13,000 to 13,000 feet, 4,000 meters, reported at 3:15 a.m. And then we've got our wonderful Fuego in Guatemala, and of course Fuego. Volcanic ash emissions to 16,000 feet, 4,900 meters at 3:45 a.m. and again at 1,500. Sabancaya in Peru continues ash emissions to 23,000 feet, 7,000 meters, reported at 4 a.m. and then weak emissions at to 24,000 feet, 7,300 meters at 1,500. Stromboli in Italy, see separate report. We already did that from 4:05 a.m. this morning. Things slowed down, and we already looked at Cerro Manchen in Colombia, and that was at 4:30 this morning. When that report was issued. And Suwanoshi-jima volcanic ash not identifiable in satellite image from 6:15 in the morning. And Nevado del Ruiz volcanic ash observed to 22,000 feet, 6,700 meters from 12:45. And then it says Sakurajima in Japan. Exploded a volcanic ash at 1350 cloud unknown. We also know that they had today's big boom that we watched. So that was at 8:57:40 their time. So All cool, and let's see, Reventator, our mystery volcano for the day. Volcanic ash emissions reported to 14,000 feet, 4,300 meters at 14:15. And then Popocatépetl volcanic ash emissions to 21,000 feet, 6,400 meters, reported at 16:30. So that is our volcano report. Let's get over to our earthquakes, and we'll go through them. I'm going to skip a whole bunch, so just going to point out we had more activity there at in the Aleutian Islands. We do see some here. If there's anything really big, we'll hit it. This one here, Port Graham, Alaska, 4.0. Happened yesterday at 22:57, 36.5 kilometers down. Don't see anything along the coast until we get down to Mexico here. 4.2 from 15:04, 41 kilometers down for that guy. I do see another bigger one here, and that is that in New Mexico? No, that's in Texas. It's not New Mexico. Anyway, that is in that same area that we always see. So activity there continues. We've seen that guy. Let's take a look at this one. 4.7 Peru, 1:09 a.m., 10 kilometers down for him. And a 4.1 from Calama yesterday from 21:19. And we see South Sandwich Islands area had one here, 5.1, 5:54 a.m., 62.7 kilometers down for that. Sliding over, taking a look, we don't see anything in New Zealand or Kermadec Ridge or our wonderful Fiji area or Tonga area, so that's all good. We do have this guy here, 4.7, Papua New Guinea, 4:12 a.m., 44.1 kilometers down. This other one, 5.0, same area, 18:30 was the time on that from today, and 92.9 kilometers down. And then the big one, 6.5, and that would have definitely shaken the area. And I hope everyone is okay. I did check, there was no tsunami warning issued by the NOAA, so everything is good that way. But that one was 598.9 kilometers down. That happened yesterday, actually, at 22:36. We see another one over here, 4.6, Papua New Guinea, Indonesian area. And that is from 15:36 today, 18.3 kilometers down. Sliding over some more, we see a 4.4 here in Indonesia, 5:41 a.m., 71 kilometers down for him. And over here at Sumatra, we do see that is right in the island, 5.0, 16:05, 92 kilometers down for that quake. We do see another one here in the Philippines area, bottom end of the Philippines, 4.7, 18:14, and that is 10 kilometers down. And out here in the Mariana Trench, we see Mariana Islands, 5.4 from 12:28, 29.5 kilometers down. Next one is Bowen Island area, 5.0, and that is 6:59 a.m. our time, 17.5 kilometers down. And then we go up, we don't see anything directly beside Japan. We do know that they had a 6.0 up here in Kushiro, and that was a couple of days ago. Here's another one, a 5.0, fairly close to Japan. It's Kuril Islands though, a 5.0 from 12:29, and that is 35 clicks down. Good to report, and we don't see anything else right here in this area, Carlsberg Ridge or the Mid-Indian Ridge, and we don't see anything more there. And only a 3 here. This one is a little odd. This is in Armenia, 4.3 from 3:52 a.m., 7.1 kilometers down. and I'm wondering if that is because of this guy here. So I don't know. We'll see. And this one here, 4.3, Tut Turkey, and or is that Toot Turkey? Toot Turkia. Anyway, 2115, 10 kilometers down yesterday. And one more in our wonderful area of, what do they call that? Let me get that name. Antakya area. And that is a 4.7, 20 minutes after midnight, 11.4 kilometers down for that one. And I don't see anything else in the other areas. And what I was hoping to see was something here to explain what may have given Etna a rumble. I do want to go to the other map real quick. I'm going to refresh it. Oh, no, that did already. And we want to zoom in here and see. And we do see this quake, but that's from the 28th. And I don't think that would have affected anything 8 kilometers down. We do have a couple little ones that are very newish right in here, and that they're both from about 21 minutes after midnight UTC on the 1st. That would have been much, much earlier than what we've seen there at their time. And this one out here, again, from yesterday, and then these other ones from yesterday as well. So really not seeing any quakes that would have affected or shaken the cameras over there and caused any other issues. So I'm kind of going, what are we gonna do? Anyway, we'll leave that, do a real quick peek at a wonderful Canary Islands. And first off, gonna zoom out, see anything up there. 28th, no, that's yesterday's. This is yesterday's. We know this a 4.0, or this is a 4.6. Oh, this is a new. No, that's from the 27th. Never mind. It's not new. It's old. Oh, let's not worry about the old ones. And from today, we've got 2 quakes. Way up on the ridge here, we do see this guy, a 1.3, 14 kilometers down from 2111, or sorry, 211. And the other one is this guy, and that is from 51 minutes after midnight on the 2nd, 3 kilometers down. This could very well have been a lava tube compression or collapse from our previous volcano, 0.9, 3 kilometers down. Definitely could be something like that. So let's leave it there, and let's head over to our SO2 map really quickly, and we'll run through that very fast. I'm going to refresh, and only going to look at things that really affect us. We don't see as much coming from the Kamchatka Peninsula. It is still pouring out into the Pacific, and of course northern Russia, and getting into the US and Canada. We do see a plume in here. Still not sure. I think that was leftovers from the Russian stuff. And looking at a Popocatépetl, it is still putting a plume in that is going up into Texas and into the Gulf of Mexico. Our Central American guys are still all pushing stuff into the Pacific, and we don't see any larger plumes or anything coming from our Chilean friends, and that is okay there. This, of course, is still from Antarctica with some of that snow melt. Pretty normal for White Isle volcano, and normal for our Australian guys, and still okay there for our Tonga area, and then of course Vanuatu with that big storm, and they got another one driving down on them, so we're going to see the levels really drop in that area, and that should be okay. And then of course looking at Papua New Guinea, and that area looks pretty normal. Normal stuff all the way through, actually a little lighter in Sumatra right now. and looks like a little bit lighter in Java as well until you get over here where Semeru is, and from there on it gets a little thicker, but it does seem to stop a little bit. This is from Luolatak, Bulasan, and what is it? No, not Bulasan. Ibu and Dakono are doing that. There we go. Had to think about that. And of course, Mayon and Bulasan are here. So they're doing that. And then, of course, Taal volcano, which isn't really that tall, is pouring out here, along with a lot of population stuff. Population stuff from there as well in China. And of course, we see this area a little redder, and that it would be from our wonderful Suwanoshi-jima. And then, of course, Sakurajima. I guess they didn't have as much SO2 in there as seen, but we'll see what happens. And ASO is lightened up a little bit as well. We already talked about the Kamchatka Peninsula. India, fairly heavy with pollution. And South Africa, pretty normal. Central Africa, DR Congo, normal. We do definitely see Erta Ale by itself there for a change, which is telling us some of that SO2 from Saudi Arabia isn't pushing over there so much. These dark plumes, of course, are from the oil refineries from Kuwait and Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Iran, those guys. And, of course, seeing we've got a little bit heavier buildup today coming out of Etna, and likely a little bit from Stromboli and Volcano as well. That is our SO2 report for today. We don't see anything up in Iceland, and we will leave that there. When we come back, we were going to go do a fresh weather map, and we'll make that happen. And 15P is now there. That's the one south of Vanuatu, southeast. Hopefully that doesn't come over here. We don't want it here. They had enough. Okay, that high needs to stay there and keep pushing that thing up and over. Anyway, we'll go take a look at that after the break. Thank you for the warnings and all that. And let's see what we got going on here. Well, I don't know. Do we? Yeah, I can leave you on here. We can keep an eye on this. I do think we need to, just in case. And let's see. I'm trying to make sure I've got everything kind of battened down here, so we don't burn so much extra energy. And we're good there. We're good there. Okay, so that was our earthquakes, that was our SO2, and when we come back, we will do our weather. So hang around, you guys, and we'll keep an eye on Sakurajima while I'm on my break. Don't go away, keep smiling. If you have not yet hit that like button, here's your opportunity to help us out and get us over that 100 mark. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing. That'd be really, really awesome. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I will be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. we go. I've got that microphone back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. And of course, thank you for the welcome backs, and hello to Bo. Good to have you in here as well. Thank you, Sue, and I hear your theme song, DrFox2000. Okay, thanks, Cananaskis Country, and JB and Mona Alfano, and Bo waving hi to the doc, or the fox, and I hear you, DrFox2000, from Sharon Stewart. And I still want to hear that singing, Sharon. That has got to happen one day. You're going to have to send us a short little recording, and I know it's you don't have to make it really long. You were very weary everywhere. You're everywhere. Oh, I don't know what you were trying to say there, but yeah, everywhere there. Okay, I'm everywhere. No. Let's do the Chicken Man thing. It's Chicken Man. He's everywhere. Oh, okay, never mind. Okay, let's leave that alone. Everywhere but there. And let's go over to our weather map. And let's get to the right there. Right there, and let's take a look. And I didn't even cheat today. I was going to look for the cold places, but didn't have time. Anyway, we're going to run through this fairly quick. We do see up in the northern portions of Alaska and the Yukon and Northwest Territories are pretty cold. And then we see the cutoff here in northern Saskatchewan and Manitoba. Still seeing a high, keeping it cold in southern Manitoba and also in North Dakota. And northern Ontario, very cold. We see a low swirling around in Hudson's Bay. And let's take a quick look at some temperatures. Edmonton only -7 right now, which is a lot better than what we've had. We see Lethbridge about -1 or 2. Not bad. Vancouver coming in at +2. About the same over there on the rock for Bob. And I think he's probably enjoying about 2 degrees. And whoa, what happened? We are way gone. How do we get to South America? I didn't move that far. I was trying to get to Swift Current, but I guess the current took me away. There's a swift current 8 degrees below 0. Moose Jaw, Regina, -10 and -13 respectively as we move over into the colder area. Yep. And there we see Brandon, Manitoba, -18, -20 in Winnipeg, and -20 here for Judy M. And let's see Toronto coming in at 0, London -2 or 3, and Detroit about 3 degrees, Chicago coming in at about 5 degrees, home of Tom and Pepper, of course. Sliding up a little bit more, see a -1 in Montreal. That's better than what they had yesterday, -7 there in Montreal, and we also see warmer up in the northern portions of New Brunswick, and along the coast a lot warmer, and I bet you Sue's house is a little warmer too. And we've got about a -4, -5 in Halifax, and a -3 in Cole Harbour. Looks like Newfoundland though, still quite cold, and even out here in the Avalon Peninsula still -12 areas. We see that low out here, and that is of course what's drawing up the warmer currents for other places, including Greenland and Iceland. So that is nice to see. We see that cold is still in the western portions. It's come down again, and that is not good for them. 3 degrees in Portland, San Jose coming in at about 6 degrees. Los Angeles only about 6 degrees. Death Valley, you better have a jacket on, you'll freeze to death. About 13 or 14. 11 in Death Valley. Yep, you'll definitely die if you don't have a jacket. And we see a 5 in Las Vegas. Not so pleasant. Mexicali, only 8 today. Wow. 9 in Phoenix. Man, that's cold. 11 down in Tucson. And then we start to warm up a little bit. Albuquerque at 6 or 7. And let's see, what do we got up here? Oklahoma City coming in at 10, which is really nice. And then we see the southern portions here starting to heat up, which is really nice. San Antonio coming in at 25 right now, 23 in Houston, 22 in Austin, and then we've got 17 in Dallas. New Orleans about 23 degrees today. Let's go down to Miami, 23 there as well. Jacksonville, 22. Atlanta coming in at about 21, 20 degrees. Looks like the warm cutoff line is just about right here. Charlotte, North Carolina, only 15. And Raleigh up here, where Grandma B is 13. And we can see where that cutoff line is. And getting up a little bit further, we see Philadelphia 6 or 7 degrees, about a 5 in New York, and about 2 there in Boston. And Cancun, Mexico, 25, 26, not so bad. Mexico City coming in at 19. Acapulco, 27, yep, pretty much normal. And we see that cold still on the Baja and pushing down into there. That'll change soon. It'll change real soon. Colombia is still showing some 31 degree temperatures there. You got to remember it's already late in the evening for them. And of course, very hot here in Venezuela as well. And let's see, looks like Brazil rainforest holding 24 to about 26 degrees, nothing outrageous. Same thing with what we see in Uruguay until you get into the mountains, of course, a little colder there. 27 is about the top end in Paraguay, and about 22 on the south end there. And looking at what Paysandú is, Paysandú about 26 right now, and not bad. So all of Paraguay from about 22 to about 27 up here, and not too bad for Colombia, but you can see the cutoff line. Buenos Aires is 28 right now. We jumped over and missed Rio de Janeiro 23, Sao Paulo only 18. Bottom end of the South America though, Chile, because Chile is always chilly. And sliding over to New Zealand, Christchurch coming in at 26 right now. That is awesomely warm for them. Looks like maybe that rain has stopped on the west side of the island as well. Still a little cool there though, so they might be getting some more. About 21 in Wellington, and looking at the rest of it, I'm betting about 21, 22 at Taupo. And Auckland coming in at about 22, 23, and all the way up to about 25 up on the peninsula, not bad. Looking at Hobart here in Tasmania, 19 degrees. The western side a little bit cooler again, still that cold Antarctic air blowing up on it, but the northeast side seems to be a little bit warmer. Leo's Place about 19, 20 degrees there in Melbourne, not bad. We see about 20 in Adelaide, that's not bad too. And about 24, 25 there in Sydney. And looking for those high temperatures, we see 38 for sure there. Brisbane about 28 right now, that's comfortable for Oz. And there's a 39 up in there, not bad. And Perth coming in at 32 degrees. And then when we go here, we see some of the 41 degree temperatures on the western parts of Australia. What about up in here? 40s, yeah, getting up into the 40s. So 41 is our high temperature that we see right now. And anyway, I met a lady today from Fiji, and I asked her, "So what the heck did you come here for?" she shook her head and just said, "I want to go. I want to go home." I told her it's always 28 or 29 there. She says, "Yeah, I know. I want to go home." It was funny. Anyway, normal stuff in Vanuatu and those areas, we do see they've got those two storms here. So they're going to get a bunch of more rain. Normal temperatures in Papua New Guinea and eastern Indonesia. I'm not going to worry about shouting those out too much. And looks like about a little cooler than yesterday there in Java. About 27 at the high points, 23 at the low points. And possibly about, 20, 21 in some of the higher areas there in Sumatra, so not bad. Bangkok coming in at about 30, it says on this map, but 32 is what Sue brought up. Let's call it 31 degrees. About 30 in Manila, not bad. And again, we see the flow of air coming from the Asian continent, cooling everybody off again. And of course, Kagoshima here at 10, down near our wonderful volcano. We see about 18 there in Tokyo, so that is a lot better. But the western side is a lot cooler because of that air blowing across. Sapporo only 1 degree today, and still a little cold up on the mountains. And we see some colder temps still hiding there in the Kamchatka Peninsula. Sri Lanka still normal temperatures. Delhi coming in at about 18. And down here we see about 18 in Cape Town as well. Looking pretty normal. Starting to really warm up in this area, 31 degrees in some spots. Of course, that's going to be the new island eventually. And that'll be a couple thousand years there. It'll break off. And Africa will have a new island. And that's not bad for the Sahara Desert. I see Cairo at 15 today, a lot better. UAE still about the same as yesterday, 19, 20 degrees. Same thing with Oman and Yemen. And up to about 22 there in Saudi Arabia. Mind you, the coastal area is a little bit warmer. So that's not bad. Things are warming up there. Baghdad is on 10, and of course this area here that was devastated with all the earthquakes, it is starting to warm up a little bit more. These are nighttime temperatures, so at least we're not seeing below freezing anymore for those poor homeless people. Docks Island with palm trees. Yeah, I like palm trees. I want a palm tree. Anyway, about 15 or 16, 14 there in wonderful island of Akos for Piggy. We do see some a little bit colder attempts there today for Crete. Southern shores, though, still quite warm. Sliding over real quick to take a look at Rendanzo. It says 2 degrees there. I don't know. Is it about that? It says 5. Okay, well, 2, 5. I don't know. Split the difference, 3.5. And going up a little bit, looking at Naples here coming in at 12 today. That storm is still sitting out there. That's going to cause more rain for them, though. 7 in Rome, going up to Milano real quick, 5 up there. We see up here in the Alps still very cold, and to be expected. And of course Spain, and Spain and Portugal still not warming up that much. -1 in Spain. Aurelio's place, -1, not good. And Nantes are coming in at about -1 as well. Paris is 0 right now. Munich 0, Frankfurt coming in at 0, Cologne at 0, and -1 at Yvonne Kunkel's house. It's going to snow, Yvonne. Oh, she's going to shoot me at. Oh, anyway, I keep having to tease her about that. -1 or so. Make sure you plug in your UFO there. What is it? OUF flux. And Brussels coming in at a -1, and Amsterdam is a 1, and that's Hermia's location over there. Looking at Berlin, a -2, Hamburg, a -2. Mona Alfano says we had hail in the whole area of southern California this afternoon, plus wind and rain, thunder, and lightning. It was wicked awesome, and yeah, that's weird that you guys get that kind of weather, but it's better that you get some of that now. 3.5 degrees, yeah, not good. Sue, thanks. Well, we try, you know, we gotta get it equaled out, all right? The weatherman is always right, no matter what. -5 or 6 there in St. Petersburg, and -7 in Moscow. Let's take a look at England real quick. London coming in at 2 degrees. Looks like a little warmer in Wales. And mountains are covered in snow, so beautiful. Excellent, Mona. 4 in Leeds, getting up to Glasgow. 3, Aberdeen coming in at 5. And 6 in Dublin, and possibly about that over here in Doolin as well. It says 4 on the map. I think about 6 there as well. And let's take a look at Iceland. They've got that balmy tropical wind blowing up there. Reykjavik coming in at about 5 or 6 degrees, pretty good. And let's take a look real quickly at the precipitation. And let's find North America. There it is. Oh, yikes. That's called snow. And rain and snow along the coastal areas, all the way up into Alaska, all the way down to the bottom end of Washington. Interior of British Columbia has got some snow, same with up in the Yukon. Snow to the north of us, where I am, and northern Saskatchewan's got some snow as well. Looks like the southern portions of the prairies are good though. Getting over here, taking a look around the Great Lakes, Lake Superior, Lake Michigan, and got some snow stuff going on. I don't know, those guys are bad. And looks like spots throughout Quebec, and then it looks like going to be snowing for Sue, and hopefully not so much. And let's see what we've got here. Look at this. From I guess almost Texas, all the way up to just about New York. This storm. I'm sure this is going to move through here and move upward. So if you're in Tennessee or any of those places, I guess Ohio is going to get it for a while. Kentucky is going to get it for a while. So yeah, get ready for some storms. Arkansas definitely got the brunt of it right now, from the looks of things. And let's keep going here. I want to get it done. So taking a look at the rainforest, we do see a bunch of rain up in northern portions of Brazil and Peru and Colombia and some of those places there. A little bit of rain in the mountainous areas for Bolivia. Northern areas of Argentina got some rain. Nothing, no rain in Paysandú, and nothing coming for a little while. We do see a little bit here towards Rio and those areas, and a few, like I said, a few spots here and there in Brazil And the Chilean coastline kind of reminds me of Norway's coastline getting nailed. And we go over here, and yep, we do see a little bit of rain down here in the bottom of New Zealand and the South Island. We see a few spots. Nothing in the North Island that high is keeping the storms away for right now, which is really good. They need to continue to dry out. Vanuatu area, and going to, I don't know where this is going to go, whether that's going to go move off this way more and head towards Fiji, and well, Fiji is there, or head towards Tonga. But I'm sure that whole area is just loaded with storms. Not seeing too much, and our wonderful Tasmania here, some rain on the bottom end, and not much rain in Australia on the bottom sides. Looks like possibly that warm temperature around Brisbane also got some rain happening, and I'm sure they are happy with getting some showers there. And looking here, we do see those storms continue. This low sitting up here, lots of activity, and that is all part and parcel to what we see in here in the Indonesian, Philippine, Malaysian areas. They are getting nailed. And then we go up to Japan. There you can see that cold air blowing across from the Asian continent and getting into Japan, keeping it cold and snow in some places. And then, of course, off the coastline here, we see a pretty nasty storm as well. And we see that Kamchatka's got some bad weather. So, yeah, down here, yeah, this you can see snow. And I wanted to kind of do that. We kind of jumped over this. So we got a bunch of snow there. We got a bunch of snow happening there. And the cold temperatures, of course, down the Baja. We got snow coming into Mexico. And our wonderful Arizona area getting nailed with a monsoon-style nailer there. Wanted to make sure we covered that. Okay, let's continue on here. And India looks pretty dry. Sri Lanka's dry. Our buddy Freddie is still not given up. He's moved back off the land and back into the ocean, and is picking up speed. He said he's had enough tormenting those people of Mozambique. So he's gone back into the water, and he'll go somewhere else now. And not giving up. Of course, we see the central areas there of Africa getting a rain. Sahara areas, the dry lands, fairly dry. Turkey, not too bad. Most of those areas are staying pretty dry. We do see some ice rain in a couple of spots, but it's not that bad. Piggy is not getting any rain right now for sure. Greece has got a bunch of rain happening. And of course we see that bad weather that we've got there in Sicily. And of course that's that big storm that's sitting out here. And that is in between Sardinia and Italy right now. Not sure where it's going to end up. I'm assuming it's going to move, try to move towards Italy. We'll see what happens. Not so bad there in the other areas. Spain and Portugal are dry. Bottom end of France, some snow. Looks like most of the other places in Europe are pretty good, with the exception of the fog up in northern Poland and Germany, and going up into Denmark as well. Few isolated showers there in England as well as Ireland. Nothing really major, and looking not bad for bottom end of or most of Sweden. Norway's got some snow just on the east side, northern Sweden on the west side, and of course That is those peninsulas and everything else, the fjords up here in Norway. They get bad weather all the time. And looking at what we've got in Iceland, we see Reykjavik is a little foggy looking, but other than that, we do see some rain on the coast, a little bit of snow in the interior, nothing too serious, but we do see this low sitting out here. That will eventually move up a little, and we'll see what happens. And there's another storm behind it here. And they'll work together in tandem, causing problems. Let's go find our coldest temperatures on the planet real quick. And I'm going to make this one a really fast one. I already see minus 57. That is pretty awesome. That's really good. That I caught on there real quick. Minus 57 degrees. Wow, I didn't even expect that. And what we got? Here's a low, should be warmer there, minus 50. Search for the cold, and oh, I see a minus 58 right there. And do we see a 59 anywhere in this area? Oh, I did. A minus 59. Minus 59, and that is a cold. Minus 59 right in there. So there we go. Minus 59 degrees. And let's see, do we have anything colder? Minus 59, no, that's a low. That's minus 49. Minus 56, 51, 55. No, I think a minus 59. I'm going to live with that minus 59 I found. I'm going to leave it there. Let's see what about Greenland. Let's see how cold Greenland is. I already see a minus 35 in here. What about here? A minus 36 right there. Do we see a minus 37? A minus 35. Where'd my 36 go? You were in there. I seen you. There you are. A minus 36. Where's my minus 37s? Minus 36 and counting. What about in here? There's got to be maybe something colder. Okay, let's leave it a minus 36 for my Greenland temperature. Now let's get over to Canada. Canada, eh? And we will see what we've got. A minus 40, 45 so far, I see. 42, 40, whoa, 44. Where are the 45? And let's see what we got around here. Minus 45 is what I had so far. So looking for a colder than a minus 45. And there's that high. It's got to be cold around the high. There's a minus 47. Do we have a minus 48 around here? Minus 47 for sure. And let's see. Not seeing it there. Gotta see the way that wind's blowing. Minus 40 something. What about down here? Isolated pockets of coldness? No. So far minus 47, but we don't see anything colder yet. Minus 47 is what we've got. There's a minus 45 again. Anything colder in between here? Usually these lakes are pretty cold. No, minus 45. No, 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 not good. Let's maybe check here. Minus 30s. No, that ain't gonna work. What about over here in this stuff? Oh my God, that's almost tropical for those guys. So minus 47 is what I've got so far on the the other island there, but let's see if we can find something colder in some of these places. Nope, 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 nope. 41, no, that ain't gonna work. 38, 39, nope. Okay, not seeing it there. 37, no. No, I think we're back to this one. That high, of course, is where the cold should be. 47 is what we've seen, so what about here? No. I don't know, might be slim pickings here in Canada today. 42, 44, 42, 41, 44 again, 46. We already had 47, so let's see, what about over here? Sneaky in here a little bit. No. No, 46. 47 right there. Not seeing anything too cold in here. So far, minus the 47 is our low temp. What about in this area? Usually it's coldest here. This high. No, 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 not doing me any favors today. Well, I think I'm going to have to go with a minus of 47. I don't know. Let me just check some of the other spots here again. Way up north. What about up here? Minus a 40. Oh, there's a minus a 43. Maybe we'll find a cold spot. Oh, minus a 47. Isolated, very small little spot there at minus a 47. And what do we got here? No, nothing. 40, no, not there. 30s. Yeah, I'm back to this area. Very small places. 45. Yeah. 41. Where'd that 47 go? That was in here. They hide on me. Okay, and not seeing anything colder than that minus a 47. I think I'm going to have to go with it. That's Greenland. Don't want to be there. And I'll try one more time here. We had that a minus a 47 right in here somewhere. 45, there's a 47. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm gonna give it a minus a 47 for there, and let's take a look at what we've got in the Siberian area. There's a high. Hi, I like you. High will help me. High will help me. Yeah. A minus 41 so far. There's a 44, 45. And let's see if we can find something colder. There's a 48. Minus a 48 we see. And where's my 49? I want a 49. Minus a 49. Come on. We got minus 48. We need minus a 49. 47 again. Nope. About further north. No. Warmer. Warmer. Not so good. It looks warm over there. What about this area? Minus 42, 41, 43. So we got 48 so far. Minus 48 is the count, and we want to get colder than a minus 48. And we see a minus 46 right there. Let's see, right along that river somewhere. No, I don't think we're getting there. Minus 48 is what we had, and that was way over here somewhere. And that was, I think, somewhere in this area, if I'm not mistaken. There's a 47, 46. Yeah, there it is. There's a minus 48. Let's zoom in on that. Just check right in this area. Maybe there's a minus 49. 47, 48. 48. Not seeing it. 48, 47, 46. Oh, there's a minus 49 right there. Minus 49 in that area. So a minus 49 so far. So let's see. Minus 49 in Siberia. And do we get a minus 50? No, warming up over there. I think I'm going to have to live with it, but let's just double check. There's a couple places I didn't look over here or up on this island. That looks warmer. Okay, I'm going with a minus 49. That is what I've got. So, a minus 49 is what my temp is for the great Siberian cold. So, let's see, where are we at? 59 and 59 is a tie. And I found a minus 36, and she found minus 37 or 35. Hey, I win in Greenland. And she kills me in the Canadian North by 3 degrees. And I beat her in Siberia by 1 degree. And we tied in the Canadian Arctic. So Sue still comes out the winner because she is 1 degree ahead of me. And congratulations, Sue. You beat me by a degree. That's a first degree beating. I've been beat by the first degree. There we go. And that is awesome. And there we go. Sue by 1 degree. Yeah, it's a first degree beating. That's the story, and I'm sticking to it. Let's see if we can find something lovely and warm here to cheer us up. Just a quick peek at this Sakurajima. We are still seeing a lot of off-gassing there. That is pretty normal after a good explosion, but you notice how white that is now. That is really kind of interesting. We'll see what it looks like, and that looks like a lot of off-gassing. So pretty cool, and let's see if we can bring that up and look at the other screens there. And you can see, yeah, that's definitely coming out of that event that popped, and definitely doing its thing. So all good. Hey, who's leaving? Cannon asks his country. Thank you all, and moderators, and who are in here, and the lounge. All right, good night, Kananaskis country. You take care, and all the best to you. And of course, we got more things to keep an eye on. So that is all good. For those people who need to know, we do have 2 bunnies in bunny land. One over at the dispenser, not really eating. The other one, kind of just sleeping there in a spot, which is all good. We don't mind them there. And that is all good. So let's take a look. Ice cream boats. There are 2 boats in. You can still run down and get an ice cream if you want. That'll be all right for you. And on that friendly note, I am going to pack it up for today. And thank you, Sue, for helping out and sending the reports and all that stuff. Thank you to Arizona Snowman, Piggy, CND Boy, Gary 24/7 Live, VZ Skies, and let's see, Lucas Snow, as well as Joseph Fields, Texas, and a big hopes and good vibes to Piggy that she will get straightened out tomorrow, and that her doctor's results from the MRI and everything are good. So big positive vibes for Piggy, and hope everything turns out well for her. And also a big thank you to our wonderful Irish monk for gifting a 5-member pack, and Grandma B for gifting a 1-member pack, and also Irish monk for throwing in that wonderful super chat. Really, I do appreciate you guys. Thank you very kindly for that wonderful support. And I hope everyone enjoyed watching and keeping track of the Sakurajima eruption. I thought that was very interesting and very cool. And I just hope that those people are all okay. And on that friendly note, it is a time to wrap things up. So thank you, everyone, and I really appreciate all of you being here, and hopefully we've all had a little bit of fun. And again, congrats on the who was it that one? I forgot already who got Reventator. Darn it, I should have wrote that down. Anyway, congratulations. That was an awesome shot. I think that might have been JB or somebody that got it. Mona Alfano saying shrug. Yeah, JB, and that's who got it. And that is awesome. We'll see what I can come up with for tomorrow. We'll see if we can make it harder or easier. And we'll see. We'll see. I'm gonna have to try something. Anyway, on those friendly notes, it is a time for me to wrap things up. Be good, everyone. Take care of yourselves, and take care of each other, of course. And of course, don't forget to come back tomorrow. Tomorrow will be a Thursday, and hopefully we'll see more things popping. That would really, really be nice. On those notes, I will end the stream with the way I always do. Please, please, tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. You take care. Have yourselves a good night, good day, or good morning, good afternoon. Oink, oink. Good night.